Looks like everything's on. Just waiting for the message in the chat to make sure that we're completely live. Refresh preferences. It looks like we're live. Good morning, everyone, and afternoon, evening, depending on where you are, of course. We're back for the new year. Happy New Year for everybody who I haven't seen yet. Wow. So give me one moment. Preferences. USB device not recognized. Hold on. All right. Anyways, I do gotta set up a couple of things and the usual 30-minute pre-stream so I can get myself settled. Usually what happens is just so for the new year, I basically drop off my kids, get over to the desk. I have 10 minutes to get everything set up as best as I can, and then 30 minutes from there to actually start my stream, which is usually around 9:30. So let's do my 30-minute pre-stream so we can get started as soon as I get back. Anyways, thanks for dropping in, and I'll be back in a little bit. Good morning. All right. Happy New Year, everyone. Oh my goodness. Sorry. I just there was just so much happening trying to clean up my desk and everything that happened over the New Year. Um, I just want access to my keyboards stuff. Let's see. That'll have to do for today. All right. Keys to the side. Random paper. Oh. I don't know why my family writes letters for me on paper towels. It's freaking paper. Oh my gosh. Couldn't the first paper they saw. It's just like I'm gonna write on this one. So my youngest is currently 11 months going into her first year, and she can reach really high for some reason. She was the tiniest of all of them, of all my kids, and then she ended up like growing a lot this year, and she's already reaching up and grabbing everything. So, and every time we tried to, the whole not child safe, like when you have a Christmas tree, the whole bottom of the tree is kind of naked. um, I ended up having to throw everything that she grabs over my desk as quickly as possible because it's just trying to get out of the way and go. You know how it is. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of stuff I have to remove. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. That actually I think can go over here. All right, let's go check out this track while I'm actually cleaning up a little bit more. One thing I couldn't do while I was on the other screen was set up Cubase on the stream. So let's start with that. I actually remembered without having to press play today. Let's go. Oh, this is that track that goes 4/4 to 3/4. For those of you just tuning in, you may feel that this sounds a little bit different because I actually realized that this program or this sample comes with a very heavy reverb in the beginning on it, like a natural own reverb. So I turned that down a whole bunch. It felt like you were in a big hallway. So now this sounds a little bit more natural and something more towards the scene, I would say, because we're not like in a big hall. It's supposed to sound more intimate. Let's do that with the harp now. Excuse the sound of the stuff. I'm moving stuff around. All right. So this part here is more like an intro. I'm gonna be adding another main instrument, some woodwinds, I would say. It would fit well. I feel like whatever they did in Tifa's theme kind of did an effective job there. There's a really harsh pluck in there. Wow, that got, listen to the difference just a little bit right here. You can hear the sample change. And that sample shift, and then they just raise and drop the decibel level for that sample for a given velocity, and then they switch for each range. But that range, that one pluck there, is really harsh. But it gives such a heavy and different timbre. I kind of wish they actually did a little bit more range out of that. Sorry, hydrating a bit. So, let's see. This is going to be more of an intro kind of thing. I'm going to be bumping in more. I wish I could do like insert measures. Unfortunately, this is not like Excel. I gotta nudge everything over manually. Let's take this whole section and this is happening over. Oh yeah, I already did like the string section and everything of this song. So Uematsu on Tifa's theme, the clarinet plays this whole Let me go back to the piano because I know the song on piano. But he has this whole. Wait, it's All right, so in this song, he has a. And that's all played by the clarinet. But on the piano, they integrated it into the actual chordal structure of the piano, and it sounds beautiful. So it's like. Is D. I'm just guessing. I forgot the notes. It would help if I actually had the sheet music for me. Does the clarinet play the main here, though? See, the thing is, I want this pipa to really stand out. Now, I could just keep the pipa as a secondary instrument. But the idea here, I'm thinking. This is exactly why I was having an issue, because I want to extend this section right here. And I had to move the awkward. I got to move this. Or duplicate this. Oh, wait. Was it more of an oboe or a clarinet? I feel like it might have been the clarinet. Clarinet. See, the thing is, it was a virtual instrument, and it was the PlayStation at the time, so they downsampled everything just to make sure it fit on CDs. And as we know, CDs already only held a certain number of songs, so they had to downsample it and put in the visuals with the game. It's phenomenal that they managed to squeeze this entire game into 3 discs, considering how vast that soundtrack is. I just can't imagine how crammed it must feel to actually just not optimize your games today. You know, it's like, whew. You could like you're just abusing the fact that everyone has the extra space, you know, and you expect everyone to just well get a better PC, buy more hard drive space, and things are getting a lot more expensive. So, if game companies stop optimizing their games, they are going to be abusing, and I really hate this about it, the industry, but they're going to be abusing their audience, and they will be losing customers, in my opinion, because not everybody can keep up with all those costs, and with the RAM shortage, and I expect another GPU shortage and CPU shortage, especially with what's happening around Taiwan, and they're the biggest manufacturer of conductors, semiconductors and stuff. Man, it's just gonna be another mess. With that prediction, anybody looking to buy a PC, this is the year to get it before next year. I said that last year. Last year was actually the year to get it, not this year. This year is oh well, this year you might have a little bit of respite, and but because of the whole tariff thing coming down to calming down a little bit, the unpredictability kind of going by. But the beginning of last year and the year before that, the end of the year before that was the best time to buy parts. Nvidia putting the whole DLSS and the whole AI driven graphics versus hardware capacity also is affecting the market. But again, like, it's funny because they like, oh, AI can compensate and give you better graphics instead of actually the graphics giving you better graphics. The thing is, the AI just uses so much power in general, so everything comes out so it lags out, especially if you want those graphics. So it's pathetic. It is absolutely pathetic. So the 50 series is kind of disappointing to me. It's not terrible by any means, but it's a step backwards from the 40 series. Hmm. All right. That's coming in a little loud for me because it's going to be bleeding to my microphone. So let's lower that down. That's kind of where I'm going with it. I don't like we're. So I want the Western instruments to kind of break the Asian scale. The F sharp is going to change everything in terms of the scale. And maybe the C sharp. Versus skip the F sharp. Which sounds a lot more. It's pentatonic, so it's for some reason it's so heavily associated with the Oriental tones, but that's technically what the black keys are like. And it's funny because you can change that pentatonic tone to sound still sound very Western. As you heard there, I forgot what song was that. Ah, the melodies sound so familiar. What song? And it had the lyrics to it, obviously. Oh, is that 80s, 90s? Oh my god, I don't even know. Cross has a bit of a thing going on there. Okay, let me fix something on here. It's printer problems. I just had a couple of these. You got to run people don't realize that cleaning cycle on the printer is everything. No matter it's stupid. Like even though images come out well, for some reason it can't handle letters or something, or it has lines and streaks on it. You have to run that maintenance and cleaning process that they have in the printer. Now I have no idea what that song is. Ah, so I extended that. Now I also kind of want to run in with the harp. The harp can do that. Do G BBD. Hmm. Hi. So stiff. Ugh. Yuck. Let's not do a run. Hmm. Okay, so feels like there should be another section in between that. In my opinion. So let's explore. Let us explore a little bit. That is definitely it's a jump, and it feels like it goes from intro. The instruments coming in, make it a little bit more, like a big introductory. I don't even know. I think these three are all the same. Now that I think about it, like, what did I do? I think it changes. So I didn't really need to extend it that way. I just needed to move everything over and extend it backwards. Which sucks because this feels like it should be a different tone. This is intro. This is first verse. This is like the response of the first verse, and then it should go into like the grander verse, kind of like Phantom of the Opera's "All I Ask of You," where it goes, where it has that introductory section. Is it all I ask of you? Is it think of me? I'm not even sure anymore. Willard, how you doing, brother? Actually, Willard, you're quite the person I was actually going to be talking to. This I was going to reach out to you this year. I started talking to my buddy who's going to be helping build my website and my store. And the goal is to build our own sample library and storefront while also selling our samples and extra music on all the other platforms like the Epic Game Store and everything. And I remember I was asking you if you wanted to, if you had any music in the back and everything that like to expand the library because your style is different from mine, definitely. Um, and it would add quite the amount of diversity, and we would sell via my store, and then we'll come up with something. But this year, I wanted to come up with we wanted to push that store in the next 3 months. So, yeah, I wanted to reach out to you, in terms of how many other songs you might have, what kind of library you're looking to work with. I know I reached out to you and everything, and but aside from that, how was your New Year? Sorry, I took that moment to have a sip of coffee. Beeping. What is beeping? Oh wait, just one of the cookers. It just finished. Definitely, dude. Shoot me a message, maybe on Discord, and we can chat about the details. Absolutely, no, absolutely. Um, yeah, I wasn't. I'm not even sure what our rates are going to be like, how we're going to sell all that stuff, what percentage is going to go where, how we're going to handle the promotions and stuff. Because I do want to, um, kind of push further on. My New Year's was really good. Family came in for a couple of weeks, so we're tired but happy to have time, lol. How was yours? And Fanir dropped in. Hello! On over on YouTube. Oh, my daughter had surgery on her knees, so she basically was, and this happened right before Christmas break, the whole winter break and everything. And she started off with a few days off and everything, and she's not in pain so much anymore from the looks of it and everything, and from what I'm hearing with her. But we were kind of unable to get any work done over the her break, as we were taking care of her and the kids were home. It was kind of harder. Our living situation doesn't really quite allow me to work at the same time as them being home as much, without me taking away a bit of their fun. And it's not easy to play out there outdoors right now with all the cold. So, and since we couldn't go anywhere, with my daughter having surgery, the rest of the kids are kind of stuck at home, so we're playing video games all break. I wanted to stream a little bit, but there was just no space and there was no time. There was just everything like I didn't want to stream, and then suddenly my daughter needed to get up to do something, like go to the bathroom, or ended up needing to get something or anything, and I didn't want to cut my stream off every once in a while just to, I wanted to take care of my family first, so I ended up staying um off the system and off the stream. It would be very weird content if I was saying be right back as often as it was. But yeah, she's doing good. We had fun. We got to play with their presents. We got quite a bit of card games and board games this time. And that was really cool. I should have and it kind of made me want to expand to somehow streaming indie card games and other like creator games. But again, that's harder to get my hands on and get samples for to kind of do on stream, and I'm not as popular to actually help everyone generate that kind of revenue, so I don't expect people to send it over my way. But I think my family would be great for family friendly games, you know? um my New Year's was really good. Family came in for a couple of weeks, so we're tired but happy to have the time. Absolutely though. And it's strange because it's a break from our usual reality. And that's kind of it kind of throws us off, yet it gives us something to look forward to. I don't know how to explain that. Um, because every day, like for like especially with work or school or anything that you're dealing with, it feels like every day is practically routine, even though it's something new every day. It's a same new, if that makes sense. So the holidays, especially those holidays, the winter holidays, are just they're a strange break from reality, or that reality. So I appreciate that. Any New Year's resolutions, Beniru and Willard? Ooh, sniffling a bit. I didn't realize that. Give me one moment. I'll blow my nose while you. I better respond. I'm gonna mute my mic instead of blowing my nose over the mic. Well, it says, nah, I haven't decided which goals I'd like to give up on in 4 to 6 weeks. I mean, but what are you trying to, anything you want to aspire to? Anything you want to, it doesn't always have to be a give up. Um, the more like the next steps, I would say. On my end, as soon as the year was ending, I knew I needed to get my store up. I want to get that store up and get my album out. Um, yeah. Sorry, that was a joke about giving up on New Year's resolution. It's yeah, but in text, it's kind of it gets lost in context. Totally get it. I read that totally wrong. uh, it's hard to read sarcasm in text. I mean, it's there, but like people completely forget about that sometimes. And you look at some social media, and people are like, "That was sarcasm." It's like I can't tell sarcasm from your text, and it starts fights left and right. Like because the written word is not exactly quite the same, you know. And I totally get it. But yeah, my goals are pretty much get the store up, finish this music, get my album out. Um, I have Cyber Paradise said they want about 10 songs off of me directly, and we have two of them direct already paid for or ready to be created, so that's what I'm focused on. And then Red Rebellion, the demo needs 3 more songs. And then I'm going to go back and refine those songs as best as I can because some of them are not entirely complete songs. So I'd like to finish those. And then I also have one more another client for the Land of Kante, which is I believe it's going to be another visual novel / animation blend, which is actually from the first studio I ever worked with, which is Altabe Studios. So I owe a lot to them. Um, you actually wouldn't be hearing my music if it weren't for them. They gave me my I went into audio engineering, but not really knowing what I wanted to do. I started with live sound. I was working with microphones and stuff on stage. Then I did studio building. So I did construction for a little bit, wiring up the a studio and building the actual sound studios. And I worked on audiobooks quite a bit. And then from there, I did some sound effects for what do you call it, for the this project. And the rest is history. I started really pushing and pushing and pushing on sound effects and just doing and manipulating sounds. I had ideas for music, but I was mixing and mastering their music a little bit from other composers, and I wasn't really sure how to compose songs outside of the very very basics of music theory, which is scales, scales and some chords, and I just winged it from there. Altabe ended up doing having a sister company, Ikasa Studios, which made Mizuchi, which asked if I could do a little bit of music. Well, they were doing something before Mizuchi, something as SK, something called SK. They had another song, and I was like, I can make this sound a little bit better. I have an idea for a melody, and I threw on some other notes, and they loved it. So they asked me to do some music for it, and it was only a single instrument worth of notes. Um, on top of a chordal bed that was already kind of like bossa nova like, and I loved it. It was just fun to actually just add that extra single instrument. It was like a soloist playing on top of like an already existing chordal bed. Um, I wonder if I still have that. Um, so I got asked to do some an original song for Mizuchi, and they liked it. And then they asked me, "Can you do some more?" So I did some more, and then I was like, "I have no idea what I'm doing." So I went to school for music, and here I am today. It was just one thing after another, and I was like, "This is great. I like doing it." I kind of winged it, and it is, I would say, natural talent kind of accidentally fused with the need to refine that talent. Because that talent was so raw and terrible, and I had no idea what I was doing there. So, yep, this year is finished that music. I have 4 clients to work for. I have my personal sound albums and my personal store that I want to put up, and I want to help promote you guys. And then on top of that, I want to do the I wanted to do YouTube shorts and stuff promoting indie games I've played this in the past year, and say, "Hey, look at these games I'm looking forward to. These are some of the games that I know are heavily into more development from these indie jams that I played. Here's some games that were made just for the jams, and I hope that they actually are awesome." I'm gonna promote a lot of jams. I want these devs to know like what potential is out there, and then I want to get these devs to come over to us and hire us for the music and everything. You know, they use our samples and then get some discounts afterwards. Basically, Willard. Just so you have an idea, by the way. I'm sorry, I'm kind of singling you out on the stream a bit. For my music production and everything, what I do is I offer them to buy music packs. Well, the goal is to offer music packs for people to purchase off of like Unreal or my personal website. Well, it's not my personal one. It's going to be under Ragnacross Studios, which is a combination of audio and visual assets with me and my partner from the Philippines. We have a lot of assets from all of our projects together, a lot of failed projects and stuff. And we were thinking, you know what, let's just sell them as packs, as asset packs. And where was I going with this? My mind went blank for a moment. So yeah, we were talking about asset packs. And if people want to use the asset packs as a temporary filler, because you know it's not really exclusive when you get asset packs unless you're the only one who bought that one pack. and nobody ever uses it ever again. But if you want all original artwork and everything and stuff, we would take the money that you already spent on the pack and discount that pack for some the amount. So, for example, my music, if it was, I'm just gonna throw out a number out there, say $200, and I sold an asset pack for $30, you would get $30 off of the custom music that was originally $200. So that way they don't like it just makes up for the cost. So would you like to replace the music that was already on there? And then on top of that, we have discounts and everything. That's the opportunity for them to jump on it. And then we'll do custom pre-orders and stuff that like on the sales, they can purchase a song before they even do that. So yeah, no, because like they already bought the song, but they're replacing what we already created for something better from what we created for their custom music and everything. So if they want to hire your like hey, I bought a track from Willard, and then if Willard would like to, you know, create more of our soundtrack, and then the deal is we have I have 3 tiers. One of them is licensing, and in licensing there's tiers as well. Licensing in general, they and just so you know how I work, and I'd like to share my model, and this is why I was hoping Glim Music this year and next year, and it's been a slow grind because it's tough doing everything by yourself. But the Glim Music model is that we license out our music to keep it cheaper. Instead of charging $500 or $1,000 or $700 or even $300 per song, we keep it around about $150 to $250 for the license. If they want to buy it, they can pay, and they can pay more, which would be about $700 to $1,500. All right, so they can outright buy our music. It can go up to $3,000, $10,000, depending on how much you want to sell the music for. Okay, that sky is the limit on that one, depending on how you evaluate your music. But it's just a license to use our music. You keep the rights, you get the royalties. We put it all up on Spotify and everything and stuff. My label will basically, or the Glim Music label or Ragnarok Studios as a studio, will handle all of that end of the copyright and all that stuff. So part of the reason why, and I explained this to devs and everybody purchasing my music. The reason my price is as high as it is because I distribute the music. And we know how much that can cost if you use a premium distributor, especially as a label. And you're not using, what's that? DistroKid is totally the cheap company out there, but all their add-ons are ridiculous. And it's all hidden behind paywalls and all that other stuff. And I hated DistroKid. They screwed me. They basically had $100 in their account and then said, well, you had a little bit of fraudulent streaming. We're not going to pay you anymore. We're just going to kick you off and kick you away. And I realized they don't even help you. That they're run by bots. So I went over to Lander, and Lander at least has a response system. I pay for the pro system on there, and I told them I might upgrade everything because I want to run as a label. So I'd be able to release stuff, and it covers those fees. I also handle copyrights, which is $40 per song, which is why I said to the developers, look, here are my expenses. I'm absolutely transparent with you. You're actually getting all of that, all of those services, plus all your music that you're getting custom for, with the titles that you have, with your own artwork and everything, which is further promotion for them. Or you as a developer, you understand what promotion feels like. So you get all of that. I'm going to help put you on my website. I will do all the socials. And you still get 10% of the royalties, but I keep the rest of the 90% of the royalties to pay for the marketing, for everything like that, and we will pay for the copyright and everything. So that's included in that price. So just so you know what my model is like, it gives all of these guys less headache. You as a developer have less headache. I would copyright the music and stuff like that. If you need help copyrighting your game, even I can do all of that. So that's the kind of, I mean, it's really easy. You just have to go to copyright.gov, file your documentation, upload everything, but I make sure everything is in order, and we just do a little bit of fees. So somebody does like clerical work. And our company would just do that to handle all of those processes all the time so that people can focus on the creative side of things. So it's just an extra service on top of the creativity and the networking between us. And that's what my company was going to be doing. But of course, I to eat an elephant, you have to take one bite at a time. I don't know why anybody would eat an elephant. I can't imagine what it even would taste like, but just the saying goes, to eat an elephant, it's one bite at a time. So there's a lot to do, and I feel like this is one big company. So it takes a moment to actually form it together and create it all. But yes, that's kind of what you would be working with. And I just work out a deal with you and how you want to do it, what percentage you want, what I gotta give you. If you would be willing to work with that model, or you just want to sell, which is fine too. And selling the music versus giving a license out is a totally different case, you know. So it depends. And I'm willing to work with everybody on that one and get a couple of other artists under our library, so we have something substantial to offer to devs, and that devs come to us as like that one-stop audio and asset shop, in a sense, to add on to all of that stuff, that to remove all the hassle that comes with it. I mean, they still need to add credits, and that's the funny thing. They'd be adding your credit, like part of my contract, and I'll send it to you on Discord. I have a contract out there, and then I have a simplified version of that contract to remove all the legalese, is what they call it. All the legal jargon and stuff. And it's a simplified version. You give me this, I give you that. This is what you'll get from me. A simple version of that. That's how it says. Instead of all the client agrees to provide the following, so and so and so, and all these little in the formal talk. So you'll have the formal talk and the simplified version. I have contracts that say that, so that when you read it, it's like, oh, here's a quick checklist of everything you get, everything that you need to give us, and how you can use the music in your deal. So that's my goal was to simplify the process, but still keep in line with what was the normal legal system of everything else. So yeah, I hope to have you on board. The goal is to have the website up in 3 months, or the store up in the next 3 months, and then we're gonna fill it up as best as we can. I need to come up with a contract between other composers first. I don't have anything there. You're gonna have to give me some time with that one, because I type out all my contracts. I do run it through ChatGPT to verify, but I never let ChatGPT kind of change or write it for me, just to say. Like, I say, okay, so I wrote this. Is it clear and everything? Please do not modify. Just tell me where it's not clear. And then I modify it myself. I like that process because, I don't know, we like, instead of bugging everybody else about how does this sound, I've gone through all my friends with it, and they're like, I'm tired of you asking me how it sound. It looks good to me. Like, but and it always bothered me. Yeah, absolutely great. I'll look through my catalog and see what would work. Awesome. Yeah, and definitely, if it's a catalog of music that you want to use in your own projects and stuff, don't put it on there, for obvious reasons. But yeah, anything that to make you a little bit of something more, that's the offer. As long as you agree to the process and everything, and you just send it over our way. The other thing is I try to find another visual artist to help with, call it album art and stuff, because you'll still need something like that. Unless you have an artist as well, and yeah, bring them along. I'd love. We need visual assets as well as audio assets. Whew, that was a mouthful. Cross is asking me some information because of our business filing. Oh, just so you know, I am registered as a business as Glim Music LLC in New Jersey, and I have I do have a business tax code and everything. And my business with Cross, you might see him here on chat occasionally. He does, and Cross has done. He did a lot of visual assets, and he was in charge of he was like art director for the original Ragnarok Online. If you're familiar with that, and now they've expanded into such a bigger studio. But when they were indie, he was the guy that was part of the original team. And he's done stuff for I can't remember off the top of my head, but he does a lot of assets, visual assets for a lot of big games. So I was like, that's cool, and the fact that we started working together, is really awesome. But yeah, he's asking me some business question right now. That question I need to cover. Give me 1 second. I need to. He's asking me for some of the filing info. Yeah, that was kind of on the left side. Kind of glad that didn't open in the wrong window. Sorry about that, Chris. Oh my god, I didn't even think about it. Huh. I'm gonna just message him and tell him that I can't open anything while I'm on stream. Because I have some other documents I want to open, but I just shouldn't. Yeah. Whew. Okay. This is GBD, so GDG. Oops. Oh wait. Huh. I went from D to C sharp to C. What would I do as a second progression then? I do want to go up. Maybe go somewhere like... No. Just the second chord would go up. So it would be G, D, G, A, E. No, that's an augmented chord. Huh. Where do I want to go with that second progression? Out of this, work with the C sharp. That came out to... D, G. It became G major, add 4. Odd. What is that? C sharp, G, G, C, G. Because it could be C diminished, C sharp diminished, which is weird as well. It would make more sense as a D add 4. A G add 4. Urgh. This is where music theory actually clashes with art. It just doesn't make sense sometimes. People are just like, oh, here's the chord progression, and that's what they did, and it's like, not exactly. It just made it sound good. But the thing is, if the rest of the instruments, and the problem with having to pick a chord or chord progression to go with it, and the fact that I just kind of made something that sounds nice, is the fact that I want all the other notes not to clash, or else it sounds like this. Ugh. I'm sorry I did that on stream. But yeah, it sounds nasty. It doesn't sound terrible if you arpeggiate it. It sounds more like one of those tense tracks. But usually, you know, half steps don't sound great together when it's... Yeah, see, half steps start to sound like, ew, what was that? Especially when you go to the, what is that? 1, 2, 7, 9, 11. That 11 is a little weird because it's clashing with the 3. That's kind of like going... Am I doing that right now? That's not terrible. That's a 4. 4 sharp. Making a sharp of the 4 is actually so. It sounds great. Let me do that on piano. Now I'm kind of curious. This is the 4. One, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. The A's doesn't. The 13 doesn't sound bad. It's the 11 supposed to sound really odd, but if you sharp the 11, it's supposed to sound okay. Which is exactly what I'm dealing with right here. And since I'm in a minor key, or the funny thing is, all of these are the same chord. Well, I go C major. All right. So we got my D, G, D, G, which is, and then I did the 4. And then I did the C major. And back to the D. And the reason why the chords are still important is because of all the harmony I'm putting into this track. The melody, you can technically write a melody and just break all the rules, and as long as the melody works as a melody. But if I want to add my string section later on, like I do here, then I need to identify what chords I want to use. And therefore, that's what makes everything a little bit more complex, and that's why I have to come back and do the theory. So that's where we're establishing the theory in advance. And sorry for the technical details. It could be boring for people who are not composers or not into the music theory stuff. But if you do want a little bit of information or lessons in music theory, I can help you out with that. So we just went back to the root. We did root, add 4 of root, C major. We went from G to C major, which is the 4. 1, 4, back to 1. From there, we technically want to go to maybe like E. Still has a G. And go back to the 4. And resolve. So we could do that as well. That's interesting. If I start from the C from the D instead of the G would be. And I can go down or up. I can go from there or go. Or just make it a complete chord. I can do. Which is also nice. It's the second set of chord progression that I'm trying to figure out that I'd like to do here to really make this song have a little bit more flavor than just repeating itself. So that one is. Could be okay. I go basically the 1-6. Go up. And because I'm doing the 11, it's 11 sharp. That's funny. I thought I'd never use that. I went to school and everything. I was like, when would I ever use that? And today I have finally used the 11 sharp for the first time in my entire music career. So that's awesome. That is so freaking awesome. I love it. I've that just says I'm finally growing a little bit more into some things that where I could never have explained it without having gone to school before this, and that I'm entirely grateful for that. On the other hand, I have emailed all my professors from when I went to school. I went to Full Sail University online to get my degree because I'm a very studious person in general. I can study on my own, so I did a lot of online studies, but my professors were very, very helpful while I was a student. I've emailed my professors since, and I've never heard from them again. I was kind of like, dude, where are they? Every time I send an email back to them, it's like, hey, do you think I can reach out to you for so and so? Hey, I got some information about this. What are your thoughts on it? I never got a response back from them after I graduated. And I was like sitting there like, that's kind of messed up. I get it though. That school tends to throw 30 to 60 students at them every month, and it changes every single month. Don't get me wrong. I loved their program. As a creator, Full Sail University's program worked in my favor. What I really hated about traditional schools was that the fact that, like, say I had to go to I went to Rutgers University in New Jersey, and I know what a traditional school is like. The fact that you have to study 4, 5, 6 other 6 classes at the same time, yes, over the course of a semester or year, but it's nevertheless it's at the same time, and all the exams happen on the same exam period. So you will be studying your math quiz and your science quiz and your music, the math, like your finals. Let's say your finals. You'll be studying your math finals, your physics finals, and your composition final. And your composition, you're a music major. Your goal was to become a musician. Your focus should be on the music. But traditional universities, you had to study all those classes at the same time. And then you had, like, which one do you prioritize? Yes, you should have been studying all of them throughout the year. But say you wanted to recap and really study everything really well at the for the finals, and you're just cramming and doing a review of everything. Your priority should have been whatever your main career should be. But instead, you're distracted worrying about your GPA and maintaining the like physics and math and all the other subjects that happen all at the same time. English, for example, and that is so detrimental. Full Sail University said instead of you studying one class across 3 to 6 months instead of semestral, you get everything. So instead of you have the half year is instead of having a half year dedicated to one class like physics, you would take for the entire year, and then eventually have your final at the end of the year. They said we're gonna cram that entire class into a month, but you only have to study that one class, and that was so appealing to me as somebody who gets distracted easy. That was a godsend. So what I ended up doing and what ended up happening was you studied one class at a time. If you studied music history, it was just music history. Yes, it was crammed into a month. Yes, it feels rushed because you don't get to digest it over the month. But you don't get to digest it anyways in the traditional college because you're thinking about all 7 other classes, and because sometimes some weeks were slower across all the other classes, you decided to take it a lot more easy. Full Sail University, on the other hand, crammed it all into 1 month. You studied that one class for 1 month. You finished it. Midterms was your second week. Finals was your 4th week, and that was it. Next class, there you go. And it crammed it every. There was no summer break either. It was more like you just went straight through for 21 months, I think 23 months. I'm not even sure anymore. But you took your entire 4-year degree was crammed into 2.5 years. 2 years and depending on the major. And you just crammed it all together in that little bit of time, and you can graduate faster because you were cramming it all. Again, people broke under the pressure, and yes, you can take you can call them up and say, "Hey, I need a medical leave for a month," and you can say, "I just need a psychological break," and they're like, "Oh, absolutely," and they'll give you a month off. But people usually took those off, and then they suddenly needed a medical emergency, and you couldn't really take off again because you can't take off. And to be a full-time student, you have to be a full-time student for, I believe, 6, 7 months, 6, 7, 8 months, about there. You couldn't miss more than 4 months in the year. Let's just put it that way, like a summer break kind of thing. Um, so that was a little bit harder to. That's what kind of made it harder, and I know a lot of students couldn't hack that. They had to kind of break down on that one. So in my case, I ended up having to take that medical leave because I ended up having shingles, and I was out for like 2 months, 3 months on that one. And that hurt. um, but yeah, Full Sail University was awesome in that way. I think in a traditional college, I was bogged down. I wouldn't have ever gotten my valedictorian. I wouldn't have gotten. I wouldn't be a straight A student. I was a straight A student, perfect, all the way through in Full Sail. In a traditional college, I don't think I could have hacked that. And sorry, hold on, my father's actually down here. All right, sorry about that. He has a bit of a cold, and I don't want that getting under the microphone and everything. Oh wait, no, he's coming again. Give me another muted moment. right, sorry, I'm back. I'm back. So let's go on with this one. I need to change this chord progression. Sorry, this one. We'll try to add the let's try. We'll try E, G, A, which is the 2 chord. No, I don't want that. That's a diminished chord. So I want no, we don't want A, nah, DFA. Wait, no. What key am I in? That's a D, but if I'm on a G, it's... You know what? Now I'm just messing with myself. Because I was thinking I was in the D, which has C sharp and F sharp. Which essentially isn't a terrible thing. But the G major just has F sharp. They're the 1 and 5 of one another, for those of you who know theory. Or the 1 and 4 if you're seeing F in the D. And that makes... You can essentially look at this song as a ton of key changes. That sounds nice. Let's do that. So that was A, C, F sharp. So that's F sharp major. It's not major. Yeah, it is major. It's a diminished. They did the C, right? No. What the hell is going on? Yeah, no, it's a diminished. They raised the F to F sharp. So F A C, F sharp A C. But the diminished sounds kind of nice here. Because it's gonna resolve to... Why not? Give me a moment. Doorbell. Oh my gosh. A few interruptions. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Lots of interruptions today. I got the doorbell going. I think we're having a few deliveries today because it's the 7th. 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. We tend to have. We're doing these Amazon subscriptions, which gives us discounts, which happens to be cheaper than going to the local store on certain items. So we end up just doing that. I'm not a huge. I hate giving money to the big company, but at the same time, if it saves me money and I have to take into consideration my own family and my well-being, I gotta go to Amazon on that one. Just choose the cheapest that we can go with. Everyone else saying to boycott them, send me more money. I'll boycott if you can cover the additional expenses. Because geez, I cannot afford it. Don't worry. Okay, so that FAC diminished, F sharp AC diminished sounds really good in this blend. And it goes. So AD. I don't like the this is D F sharp AD. That's a D major. If I did that instead of going, or I could have done this C sharp, F sharp, and A. That doesn't make any sense. That's an augmented chord, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's F A C. F sharp A. That would be F sharp minor. That's a good chord progression as well, actually. So it's either I go with this, or wait, no. Hmm. Oops, wait. So it's or is that a D or C sharp as that second chord? Uh, what does the melody say? Let's go with a. Hmm. I don't know. Let's adjust the chords and just follow it. See what works out. This becomes an A. We'll try. No. It's either this or we do this. Huh. It's such a minor detail that changes all the other notations. As a chord progression, let's hear it though. Why are you sounding muted? Why do I not hear anything from you? Hello? Let's go from there. So it's that's okay too. Or I'm not sure. We can leave you a D really quick. See how that comes out. Kind of fits properly because this is already a C here. Whereas this is already is, because if not, I would have to go to the C sharp. Make this a C sharp as well. Let's go back down to the sharp. Hmm. Let's try that. And hear it in full. Oh, hydrate. Thank you. Just saw that. Those fine little details that change everything. Oops, I should extend that. Whoops, hold on. I'm gonna add. Um. 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2. Um. Charm Mavis kind of wrote some random stuff in the messages. I'm pretty sure that was some. You wouldn't really call butt dialing for keyboards, right? It's kind of funny. Yeah, yeah, baby dialing. That's just. I'm gonna remove that other message that popped up as a filter thing. So I'm gonna remove it. Um, it's like it came out of spam, so I just took it off. That's funny. Three, four, one, two, one. Not sure where I want to go with that part. That would work. Wait. It's kind of boring. I don't like where it's going there. Um, hmm. I have a tone in my head. It's not really working out. Um, Gotta reset my mind and throw that one away. Maybe. Maybe. Let's record that one in case. little bit better. I don't like this one note, so that let's. But that came out where I wanted to go. Um, there should be a breath right here. Close that off. There's a clarinet. I do want them to breathe, and I want it to sound smooth. That'll work. A little overlap for the legato. We cut off here so the breathing room here. All right. Legato going on there. That over. This on time. Do that on time. That's good enough breath space. That is a great lead-in, actually, towards the main section. Lower you down a bit. Five. Hmm. The range of the oboe versus the clarinet. I think the tonals that I want out of between the two. Urgh. Hmm. That's a good debate on that one. Uh, hmm. Hmm. I have an idea for this. Give me one moment, though. Hmm. That puts me in a weird spot. Because on one hand, I don't want the oboe to pop too heavily. I kind of want the beginning to be simple, but at the same time, I wanted to add some flavor. I'm thinking I can go with staccato oboe. Otherwise, I would switch the clarinet and the oboe if I want the tone of clarinet. as a more steady tone. Hmm. That's something I'm not. This is now going into Yoko Shimomura's sound. He's heavy on the woodwinds compared to Uematsu. At least when it comes to her work in the Secret of Mana or Secret series and the Kingdom Hearts games. And the Mario RPG stuff. Hmm. I love her tone though when it comes to that. It was the heaviest influence of Mizuchi, I would say. I was playing Kingdom Hearts at the time, and I've just like that. This just feels mellow and where it needs to be, and hitting the nostalgia factor. And I think that's what this needs. It needs. Um, and that's what I'm feeling. Like this is the woodwinds are going to be very important to creating that nostalgia tone. It needs to be there because this is like your friend. This is your best of friends in a sense. And the thing about woodwinds, the oboe and clarinet, and even the bassoon, it creates a. It can be dramatic or it could be comforting. It's kind of homely and it creates a nice bed. Whereas strings make everything kind of grand and grandiose, I would say. And horns make everything sound royal and big and important. Strings can also be soothing, of course, but yeah. Hmm. Oh, in my head, hearing it, she is kind of play. I have a version of this song where this is gonna be. Let me give an example. Pizzicato strings. Where all of this is going here. All of that, and you're gonna hear it like this. Or you're gonna hear nothing. That sounded terrible. What the heck happened there? You will hear. Why is it so quiet? Um. You happened there? Keep you open. One moment. This needs to be louder. It's not exact right now. I'm just gonna raise them all quickly as possible for the example. So she has some playful moments, and I want it to be like that. There we go. And all of this is coming down to there. Copy that. That we're gonna have a little playful and with some bells going on. And I'd make an entirely different variation where it's a playful, plucky kind of tone. Add some glockenspiel and a bit of like a xylophone kind of tone. Not xylophone, marimba maybe. I would say a marimba, not vibraphone. Maybe the piano will be playing in more of a staccato tone. But yeah, that's generally what I'm going for. Like, it needs to be able to be formed and played in different variations, for different parts of the game. And for those of you who are just tuning in terms of game dev and everything, I'm going to have audio packs that are going to be available of the same exact song, but played just exactly like you heard it. You're going to hear like a piano version. You're going to hear it in a full orchestral version. You're going to hear a strings version, a music box version, and it's all available as a single pack. So that way, you throughout the game, you can just kind of diversify your styles depending on the moment. So you can play, so it'll make your games a little bit more thematic and feel. And that's the goal of it. So you can actually take that same song and let it play in different points of the game to give it, without having to worry about picking a brand new song for a different section of the game, even though it's the same, say, character, the same moment. And it gives a little bit more impact to make it a little bit more memorable. Of course, you can always use two different songs if you want to have two different songs for a different moment. That's okay too. It's just to give that opportunity to take that same song and get it there. And because the melody and everything's already built in, it's easier for me to put that together as variants. And that'll be part of my packs. So Willard, if you want to do something like that, that's also up to you, like how we sell your packs and everything. But we're gonna say, hey, here's the Glim Music stuff on Glim Music. It's not going under the glimmusic.com website. It is actually going to be under our studio group of Ragnarcross Studios. I also have a partnership with Altabe Studios, so it's like Ragnarcross Studios will be our asset platform. Our individual studios, like Glim Music, my Glim Music stuff, Willard, you can have your own, obviously. Is all, we have our own personal level, but Ragnarcross Studios will be like this group collective space where all the other studios kind of work under or sell their assets together, and that's how we're gonna build it. So that way, our personal brands will still exist within the distributor brand, if that makes sense. Hydrating a bit. Uh, yeah, I don't want to make this version yet. Not for this. You know what? I'm gonna just mute that anyways, just to have it there. But that makes me wonder if the oboe right here should be. Is it still in clarinet? Oboe, short, staccato. I don't like it because it makes it less serious sounding, and that's not what I want to go with. Uh, I think it'll be switched. I got it. I got it. We'll do this. Switch you back to staccato legato. Where was it? Sus express. Sustained expressive, vibrato, or legato. Should be fine. A little bit better. We'll go with that first. Can always make some adjustments after. Intro is finally done. Ugh. That was just a lot of like what mood do you want to set? And that we'll start with that. That is exactly where we wanted to start, and I feel like it needs to All of this will need to be moved over. I want to change it to 3-3 there, and then kind of preempt the 3-4, the 4-4 kind of thing, or do I want to go with 4-4 until it reaches this section? I have done key and signature change before. In fact, I was showing off a little bit. Well, it wasn't intentional, but it kind of just happened because they wanted me to show off what I learned. And for my final project of Full Sail University, I created this one song. I'll play it really quick because I do want to hear it as a reference right now of what I did. But at the time, I didn't have a lot of experience with key changes or signature changes or anything like that. And I said, I'm gonna push my limits and create it as part of my final project. So that's where it went. And it came out beautiful in my opinion, but again, you can hear the fact that I was still learning and and I'm not sure if I can even fix that anymore. Because I feel like it's comfortable where it was without changing the intent of the song. Audio files, and the song was Farewell and Thank You. So I'll play that really quick. It is not coming out of my player, so let me change that really quick. Start it over as well. So it goes 4-4 here. It goes. And this was in the tone of James Horner as my biggest influence, but there's a lot of other songs. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. I switched to 3-4 here. James Horner, may he rest in peace. Beautiful composer. Back to 4-4. My string work was terrible back here. I don't know if I should change it though. Hmm. It's not terrible, but it doesn't flow the same. But it was the first time I actually did the layered tones of the strings. Oh, thank you for the follow, Muff. Let me read the name first before I try to stumble it up. Mafamidanu. Mafomidanu. Well, thank you for the follow. I very much appreciate it. Something I loved about making this song, and there was a lot of love that went into this song. A lot of the notes on this song, like for example, it went. So I was actually deciding when to go up, when to go down, and it was very difficult. So it's like. It's better if it's a piano. That song, I wanted it bittersweet. It was supposed to be. You're in mourning, yes, but you're instead of saying I miss you, and that you're gone, it was farewell and thank you. It was me saying to my past, in a sense, that instead of crying over what's gone, to say thank you for what I've had, thank you for being in my life, and just letting it go, but taking all the best of it. Because for me, and this impacts a lot of the way I look towards everything in life now at this point, you can't really be sad if you were never really happy to begin with. And a lot of people choose to be cold because they don't want to be hurt. But I feel like you don't want the swings in life. Basically, that those happy moments, like everything's bittersweet. You have a child, for example, having a child and seeing them as a baby, but watching them grow up and knowing that you can't go back to it is it's sad, but it's beautiful. Like never having the baby would have been just, it's you have nothing. That was it. It's not having it. It's like having a piece of chocolate and savoring that piece of chocolate versus never having a piece of chocolate in your life, because you don't want to be like you don't want to think about the fact that, oh, I might miss having chocolate, like that kind of thing. It's just being thankful for what you have and everything. And again, thank you for the follow. I was in the middle of that track there, and I wanted to give you a nice formal appreciation on that one. And everybody I've run into in my life, for better, for worse, and all those happiest moments, like I take all of that and remember that the happiest moments, yes, it came with some downs, and the friends that I've lost along the way. And I appreciate that they were in my life. I would say that's exactly what this song was about, to say thank you for those happy moments. Yes, it's bittersweet that the most beautiful of moments are also what makes you saddest when they're gone. And that reflects in a lot of my music, I think. I try to find that balance of not just sad. I need it, but thankful as well. So it's like, um, it has a. Hold on, let's try the. See, you can always go in that direction. So there's a choice to make every time you make music, and it's like going. So when you go up, it's usually if you feel it, you feel the uplift on it. That feels uplifting, right? But you can also go, but then what if it's just too bright? So there's no farewell there. That's more like, oh, thank you. This is beautiful. And you don't always just want that. You want some sadness to it. So I had to do an upward direction, but moving downward. And every note in that song was a decision. And I was moving things up and down and up and down and within the chordal structures of each chord and everything. And it took me a moment to think, does this make it happy? Does it make it sad? Does it scream thank you, or does it scream and does it feel like it's too uplifting? Or is it at the same time tearing at the fact that, like, I'm sad that you're gone, but I'm glad that you were here. And I need that, like, looking up at the sky and crying, not just looking down and crying kind of feeling. And that's what I was going for in that track. And keeping your head up and moving forward. So yeah, I think that is the core of what makes my music my music. My perspective of every note, of going up and down and paying attention to it that way. Because you could actually just write any, like with all chords, you can like if I go, you can just do that and instantly you'll have a song and you can just write any song you want. And then there you have it. You can just write anything you want. And there's no emotion to it. And I would like to mention that AI does not know how to actually like pick out every single note to actually hit every emotion. It kind of just based it on pure reference. And that's why at least I feel I at least have a position in life when it comes to music. Hopefully someday I can make, like, I never thought of wanting an award or anything, but I would say it would be a great achievement to actually go for a Grammy. Like, I'm gonna aim high. Let's hit a Grammy. Let's hit multiple Grammys. But at the same time, if I never get a Grammy, I'm not gonna be sad and disappointed. I just want my music heard. So thank you so for the follow, because that tells me that you enjoy the music at least, and that's the only way I know that people do hear me. I think that, to me at least, is all I hope for with my music. Just to be heard. I don't know. Okay, so after listening to my own other track, like this feels like it's coming in too strong and too heavy. Um, so this game is the music that I'm making so far is for Red Rebellion. It's the picture up the top right. The demo is available on Steam if you want to play it. A good portion of the soundtrack is there. None of the songs, or I should say not none of the songs, but a lot of the songs are not complete. And thank you for the first time chat. So Red Rebellion, if you go to the store page, you just look it up. And this is the intro. Here's my music as well. I don't know if the music's playing on the stream. Start that over. So, but yeah, you can check this out on your own. It's basically it's funny. I can write my own review, which I shouldn't. And you may think this feels like a Robin Hood kind of game. It is. You might be right. I would say you might be right. I don't want to spoil anything, but there is quite a lot of unexpected stuff. And the developer. This is my second game working with this developer, and they put a lot more historical research into making sure that this one's a lot. That tickles all the interest of the people who are interested in this style of game and everything, and they want to make sure that everything's kind of that everything is correct, but still a great game and a great story. So I'm happy to be working with them again. Yeah, but I'm on 4 projects at the moment. You can check out my website. It tends to have a list of all my other projects and everything that's coming, and I should have all the demo links on there. I'm not 100% sure now that I'm saying this. Well, one of the projects isn't even released as any demo yet, so that's still far. But the two projects, 3 projects. So it's like there is Mizuchi, Cyber Paradise, and Red Rebellion on my news page. Okay, that works. Why is my oof. Hey Cross, if you happen to be here, I'll show it to you on. I'll clip this. But here's my website, and one of the problems I'm having right now is to Cross, just to take note, is if it's too far to the left or too squished, the dialogue of this one or the text gets lost, and it shouldn't, because it should go functional for mobile as well. This website has gone through many challenges. All right. But Kante and Crossbeat is not listed on that site. Yeah, but it was something, I don't know why it didn't. I don't know why it became not responsive. It was, if you could see it was already responsive, and then it wasn't. Like it just broke when it got too small. So I'll message him because he takes care of that for me, so I can focus on the music. But yeah. I just noticed that on my own site. But yes, Red Rebellion, and we also have Mizuchi as the other game that I did the music for. What is this? These games are getting a little weird. Right, let me move this back. Whoop. Share the screen. Sorry, I got hit by an ad, missed a bit, but I was curious. Are you self-taught or did you study music? So, I studied music. At this point, I studied music, but originally I was self-taught for a good portion of, like, for example, when I first got my first music job with Mizuchi, the game that you saw on my, actually no, you were in an ad, so that was even, that I don't even think that came up. So Mizuchi is right here. I don't even need it. For some reason I have it on wishlist. I should just remove it so that way it doesn't get pinged on their system. Because I have the game already as a direct, as I worked on it. I don't really need it on Steam. So this song that you hear right now was composed when I was self-taught. So I don't want to go too much into the other game, but in terms of my self-taught music to why I ended up going into formal music school was that basically there was a lot I didn't know of how to fix on that song. There's a lot of bits and pieces in that song that I hated. And then the rest of the album as well. I started composing a few tracks and I just felt like I love music, and I've loved music from like all these different games and composers. Like John Williams, Yasunari Mitsuda, Nobuo Uematsu, Yoko Shimomura, all of them, the video game composers and the film composers. I wanted to do what they did. Cookie Narwhal, thank you for dropping in. Hola, hermano, ¿cómo estás? I'm doing well. I'm not great with the Spanish, but I do know what that says. And how are you? But back to that topic. Really quick, just there were a lot of things I wanted to do in the music, and I would hear it in another song, and I just didn't know how to make that happen. So I said, I want to go to music school because I was between jobs at that time. And I happened to stumble upon the producer of Mizuchi. I did one song for them before where I edited and corrected a little bit of music as I studied audio engineering originally, and I produced audiobooks and I did sound effects. And because of that, I kind of knew how to also mix and master music, but I never composed music at that time myself. I had a little bit of background in music theory, but it was very basic. Like I knew scales and chords, and that was it. Like the very, very bare bones of music theory. And I basically use that to compose or add a little bit of music and help enhance the tone of a song that they already had. From there, they're like, hey, do you want to try composing a song for one of my games for me? Because I was interested in music. I just never, I gave up on it because I went into audio engineering because it felt more practical. So I used a little bit of the self-taught kind of winging it, kind of just trying to bake the song, and they loved it. That was the trailer for Mizuchi ended up just I winged it. I kind of said I like the idea of the song. I saw the video. I saw what game they were trying to make, and I said I'm gonna make a song, a love theme based on that. And then we went from there. And they said, "You want to make the rest of the album?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." And in the process of making the album, I started feeling very bad imposter syndrome because I was like, I said yes, and then I had no idea what I was doing. So I said, you know what? I decided to go back to school, and I finished my degree. And that's the history of how Mizuchi's soundtrack happened to be. And then from there, I graduated in 2021, and this is where I am now. Cookie Narwhal says, "How are they're all. I'm all right, thanks. How all family, friends, kids. My daughter had surgery right before the break, and it was knee surgery, so she basically wasn't able to walk around and stuff. So I spent most of my break. Sounds great. Kudos." Says ma form. Can I say ma? I'll just say ma form. I don't know. Or do you have a preference nickname? Because that's a pretty. I say Cookie to Cookie Narwhal. So that makes it easier. Um, but yeah, my daughter had surgery, and it kind of the break ended up instead of going out there traveling or hanging out or going to the malls or anything to kind of try out some stuff. Yeah, it's hard to pronounce even for natives. That's interesting. Um, so during break we spent the time playing video games and stuff, and I was wanting to stream some of the gameplay and everything, but I decided against it because every once in a while my daughter would feel really upset or hurt or anything, and she was a little moody because of the when you're drugged up a little bit, it just doesn't, and on pain meds it doesn't really help to I don't want to embarrass her or anything and stuff. So essentially, I decided against streaming during the break and letting her recover. She is still home. She'll be home for a bit because the schools don't want her walking around without her being able to independently not fall over. So she'll be home for a bit. So that is going occasionally. If I do step away, it's to help out. But my wife is able to help out there too. But overall, the breaks were good. New Year's and everything, spent it with family, spent at home, basically hung out and everything, and just tried our best to keep my daughter from feeling any pain. We just focused on games and stories and videos and just hung out. And board games, even. How about all of you? What were you doing during your breaks? That was or well, if you do have a break, I'm pretty sure not everybody um gets to not everybody's in school and taking long breaks as well. People are working and everything, and I did get some work done, but just nothing online. But any New Year's resolutions and stuff that you were going for this year? Um, Mine for one, I mentioned earlier in the stream, I am trying to finish in 3 months. Our goal is to have our website up or the store up so you can buy music for your productions and your games and everything. And the goal is to have you be able to buy assets, fill it in, put it into your game, and if you want a custom soundtrack, what you paid for your package is going to be discounted for the custom songs because and will replace the music that you used or bought already. To give you some custom music and all the promotions and everything that you get from me. Um, and the other goal is to get people who want to create assets and everything to sell on our little marketplace as well. And we'll promote all. Of course, people want to use the Unity store, the Unreal store, and stuff. But yeah, we'll also have our own website where we'll have our own promotions, discounts, and um, just our own system as well. Um, but yeah, that's this year's goal, and lots of music, especially the music. I want to compose music, get better at it. Um, I'm still learning. I'm still learning a lot. I'm still experimenting a lot, and this song has been quite a challenge for me, but it's coming out beautiful. Um, So how about you, Cookie and Ma? Any New Year's resolutions? Anything that you did over the holiday, winter holidays or winter the holiday seasons? I will play the song a little bit as you are, or anybody's typing out their answers, or if you're away, that's okay too. I'm glad you're lurking and I'm glad you're here. As long as you're listening to the music, um, it's much appreciated. I don't, I can't express that enough. I say it every time everyone's here. I really appreciate it. Knowing that somebody does enjoy the music, it keeps me going. Um, at some point, I actually thought I would be quitting because I didn't know if anybody actually was listening. But apparently, because I mean, I knew people were listening to the Mizuchi soundtrack, but Spotify flagged it as somebody was playing the music too much and said I was fraudulently streaming. I have no idea who was playing the music. They kept somebody really loved the soundtrack and played it a lot. But if you play it a lot, Spotify decided to say, "Hey, well, you're committing fraud by playing it and earning extra money from it." So they kicked me off, and I had to argue that I didn't do it. I will make every effort to say I didn't fraudulently stream, and yeah, so now I went from like 3,000 listeners from when I released the Mizuchi soundtrack to a whopping 12. So I kind of got a little depressed. Wasn't really sure now if it's organic or anything, but yes. First year, survive 2026. Second, make a movie. No idea how, but I was thinking using the movies for the actual video. Also, a long time ago, I dabbled in music, studied a bit of classical music. I had melodies in mind, but I never got around to being able to write. I guess is the word? Yeah, that's fine. Harmonies. Never figured out out what to put or how to fill in the background. Oh, you came to the right stream for that because I do talk about that quite a bit whenever I get to it. Um, the funniest thing, and okay, so I did a formal study, and it made me realize how much I was already on the right track when I composed the first song I did. First song I did was I wrote a melody, and I you probably had a melody or and a tone in mind, but you just didn't know how to accompany it. And at that point, I was taking any chord. Well, in theory, one of the things I did know about in the basics of theory was to use a chord at the first of every measure. So, for example, Mary Had a Little Lamb. And you just as you're counting every measure, the chord of that measure should match the first note of your melody, at the very least. So I thought, and honestly, you can actually do, which works as well, but it's not the same. And you can do something like, oh no, you don't want to go there. You just see, all of those kind of work, and you can kind of figure out what you want to do with each one, as long as that chord holds that note. Now, here's the problem. Because I didn't really fully understand music theory at the time, and when I finally went to school, I realized those chords should all come from the same scale. So I kind of had the guess, and it was a lot slower because I was kind of going at it. And I'm talking about scale as in like, here's the one, the root chord. So yeah, it should be the chords from the same scale and the same chord layout, 1 through 7, a chord progression of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the weird diminished 7, and then back to the 1. So there's actually only 7 chords in the scale. And I didn't know how to do that. Then the next thing I wanted to learn was how did they change from that to, changing out of that scale. And I didn't know how to do that either. And then as I got better at it, I was like, oh, this just makes sense. And sometimes it just works. But yeah, essentially, actually, you know what? I have this one track that they forced us to use different chords. Let me load that up. Actually, let me load that up over here, YouTube. Wow, this is an old track, so I gotta find it. Probably at the end. And this is perfect for the holidays, actually. Right, well, the holidays kind of just passed. I did a Jingle Bells track, but they had 2 rules. Change the chords and change the time signature. Because Jingle Bells was originally 4/4, they wanted me to change it. So, and you had to use an odd time, like a 5 or a 7. So this is now Jingle Bells in 5/4. And it was, at first I was like, wow, that was weird. So you had to think of it in a different perspective. And this is where formal education kind of just started pushing my boundaries. And I just said, this is awesome. I love this. It was a challenge, and every single, it was not only a puzzle, but a way to kind of expand how you make music. So let me make sure that that's playing. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2 works as well. Or you can do 2 and then 3, but and a good example of somebody doing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, but that is not 5/4, is if you ever played the game Xenogears. Yasunori Mitsuda did the soundtrack for Xenogears. He has this song "My Village is Number 1," and it goes 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and it actually, and if you listen to it, why isn't it 5/4 versus 3 and then 2 and then 3 and then 2? It's because how you group sets of melodies. Think of it as a sentence. If I say one sentence to you, and it's so if I say a sentence to you, like that, if I say a sentence to you, I'm not going to say, if I say, pause, a sentence to you. If I say a sentence to you is one complete sentence, you can't split it. And that's why, and at that point, it should be 5/4. But if you have 2 phrases, and I'll do it on my song really quick. So, and you came in on a song that this is the first time I'm actually doing this. So please bear with me. But if you look here, it says 3/4, 4/4, 3/4, 4/4, but each section is like its own sentence. So I'll play that really quick. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Whereas on my other track, and let me make sure that it is playing the other track, YouTube. Music YouTube there. Let's that. Okay, so here that's playing. All right, so this is 5/4 because you know Jingle Bells already. You already know that what the phrase. Each measure was originally 4, but in the now 5, but it's a single sentence. So it's not 3 and then 2 per se. But in terms of counting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, it's easier to tap it out. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can hear that it's not two different phrases. And the other requirements were you had the melody as a bell, you have to have a bass. So they challenged us to kind of and then how to handle the drums and everything and the patterns and the percussion and everything. So they challenged us to expand our minds in later classes to kind of, they gave us a song and said, do this and try it out. See if you can pull it off. And to give it a fill at the ending and everything. They would, and the funny thing is, it was kind of like, if you ever watch those cooking shows, and they're like, oh, I forgot the name of the show. But they have these cooks, and they say, okay, you have to cook a dish with just these ingredients, and then you start going at it, and then, and you only get 30 minutes to cook the dish, and then at the last 10 minutes, where they throw in, oh, guys, I'm gonna surprise everybody. You have to include this one random dish. So we were actually composing this track, and they said, you could do this. And then right before the final, they said, okay, now you have to add one more thing. And we were like, oh, come on. So. Yeah, I guess it's continuous for the lack of a better term, but it sounds trippy. I don't think I could keep up if someone started playing it like that next to me. Yeah, I don't like it, but it was a great challenge, and I thought this was really fun. And it was, I don't think you could actually sing along with it either, as much as you like, dashing through the snow, bop, bop, and a one horse open sleigh, bop, bop. it's like, so. But I guess anybody who's into that whole jazzy scene could pull that off. Yeah. If you can get what I'm saying there. Hold on, I gotta take a little drink. So, I guess it gives you, as a singer, time to bust a move or something on the floor or something like that. Yeah. But yeah, if you look at my song, it goes 3/4 and then 4/4, 3/4 and then 4/4. This was a happy accident. At first, I wrote this section. And I was counting 1, 2, 3, and I was just writing the melody. And I liked how, where is it? This part right here. I'm gonna go. No. It was this main melody. And when I made that melody, and I just kind of winged it, and then again, the harmony came after the melody on this track. The funny thing about this song was I said 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I was like, that's weird. And the rest of this song was 3, 4, and 3, 4. So it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then this note was held out. And I said, I like how this is held out, Because what happens was, and I'll do a sample of it. I can always undo. So I'll play it for you with all as a 3/4, with all the extra notes being held out as not held out. And I started realizing I like how it sounded held out. It started sounding weirder not held out. So here it is again. Whoops. I moved something wrong. You see, but then it doesn't have that extension that I had. Okay, so and this you raised a really interesting topic. Yes, it is a pentatonic scale, and it is not a pentatonic scale when it comes to the harmony. I did a fusion of the two. That's why you probably didn't hear it right away. Like if you listen to, let's say I mute the pipa right there. And that's not pentatonic anymore. That's completely Western at that point. So I combined the Asian. I limited the main instrument to the pentatonic scale because this character was this character's interesting. She's supposed to be from Mongolia, given the fact that even though this is a post-medieval era, I don't know what you call it. Renaissance era? I'm not even sure. But for the era, the world. Okay, let's just talk about the medieval era. A lot of people have this misconception that medieval is knights and swords and dragons and everything. The medieval era also had the invasion of Genghis Khan and China. So China has a lot of influence, and Africa was a big thing. You had the mythologies going on. You had the Crusades were around that era as well, and so you had the Muslims and everything, and the Africans and all that stuff. So you have an actual mix of cultures during that era, but it's just our old media world and our conceptions of it, where that when you think of European medieval, it's not. It's just you think Europe. So the goal was to kind of come up with something a little bit more mixed. And the Orient at the time, the Oriental music is just all of the Orient kind of had a pentatonic scale. With the exception of in Asia, I would say South Asia, which is India, they had the 15 tone scale. I forgot how many tone. They have that really long, that weird tritone scale. It's so hard to even recreate on these interfaces because you can't even do it. There's notes between the notes per se to say. But yes, there are more notes in between on the Indian scale. So that's something if I have to, it would be really, 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 really interesting to have to include. But for this character, she is, and here's just a slight spoiler. This is on the demo anyways, and it's kind of early in the game. But essentially, if I started off in the beginning of the scene, I'm just gonna click through it. There's no music here yet, hence why I'm composing it. It was called atonal something. Yeah. I it's so I don't like how they classify everything in the mod. Like the Western world tries to classify everything, but when you start fusing it all together, then you can't even figure out what your class and what to call anything. So at this point, I'm just gonna say it's Asian Orient or But yes, pentatonic is the right tone for that one. And to go with this character right here, right now you see the wolf, but that wolf is still her. So and it's your best friend in a sense. So with that said, when I composed this song, because I read the background and I was like, oh cool. But then the director was like, how come this girl gets a native tone? Or at least gets you're using the pentatonic tone. And not the other characters that comes from other parts of the country. And I was like, oh, you know what? I don't know. It was just kind of like the most, just seeing her being the one that transforms made me feel like I needed to give her something. I don't know what the hell to call it. I felt like I needed to give her something. It's not exotic. I wanted to give her something that popped out as different from the rest of the game. Even though we had somebody from Africa, even though we had somebody from all these different areas around the world in this game, this one, because she transformed from a wolf, I wanted to give it something more in a weird sense. It does help. It does help, but it doesn't necessarily need to be there. And at first they thought I was giving it too much of an Oriental scale until I actually started playing, until they heard all of this. And when you hear this later part, we play this. There's a lot of Western surrounding it that you kind of lose that it is pentatonic in a sense. Um, but it's still there. It is still dominant. But eventually, I wanted it to come out to, because there are scenes where she's, it's a little playful. It's going to come out like this. And I'm gonna add some glockenspiel and a little bit of marimba and a little bit of tonal staccato piano. Oh, and that chord that section right here, I'm gonna remove this as well. This F sharp breaks the pentatonic as well. So if you could. So But this whole section right here actually breaks off of pentatonic and it goes back to pentatonic. So it is. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what you. Your words are a lot better than mine when it comes to it. I couldn't really figure out. It was just that expression. She is innocent in a sense, and just kind of doing the thing, and you'll see her doing other things. So I kind of wanted to explain that she's kind of different from everyone, but not too different. But yeah, I wanted to express that through music, and you caught it. It's not, she's not stupid by any means. She's loving. And there are points where she gets into a little bit of trouble or into a situation, or runs into another character, and it. I wanted that tone to be able to shift, just kind of like her. So this song does shift in that way. So yeah, those are the right words for this, what I'm trying to express in the song. And it's making it a little bit more difficult because I'm trying to figure out, because I'm trying not to make the song overly mature, but I'm so far I could end up going in the wrong direction at some point. Where I am now is where I'm gonna take this, split it up, cut this here, and I want to add another section right in between, because this feels more like an intro. I'm trying to think of a song that goes from this part to a main body to the chorus. This would be more of the chorus. I was thinking of taking part of this chorus near the end of it and throwing it to the beginning as well, to give it that whole Broadway-like intro. Kind of like how Uematsu tends to do that with the Final Fantasies. Like Tifa's theme was, and I reference Tifa's theme a lot in this one because I do want that intro feeling for this character, because she's kind of like, in my opinion, she is. So I have another song right before this, or that comes right after this section. Not sure if you could hear that. Lots of Celtic influence here with the drones and the flutes and stuff. So these characters are kind of like their safe haven, the home base of your character in a sense, and I kind of wanted to give it that feel. Like that was your comfort zone in a sense. These are the people you're most comfortable with. So between the song I'm composing now with her and this song, I really wanted it to have that feel. And so, and this one doesn't really have that grand opening. This is more just comfort. With her, I wanted a little bit more because as a main character, I do want it to give that whole something. So like with Tifa's theme, you had So that you had that cinematic intro in a sense. And I kind of wanted to do that. And the only reason I know how to play that song is because I was actually one of my I never could finish the song. But the intro and everything was I studied it so hard trying to get it down right. And then the song went into a direction where my hands couldn't play it. But I had it was like a recital piece for when I went to Asia to kind of study a little bit on my music, and I learned piano just enough to under. That's where I got the music theory from, if that makes sense. But I didn't know how to compose yet. So my background in music theory came from Asia, actually, where I got a little bit of that. I was in the Philippines at that time, and like after my first week on the piano, or by my second week on the piano, my teacher saw that I was kind of getting bored with just scales and stuff. So she threw Für Elise onto my plate, and I played Für Elise and I sat there and I practiced it. And within the second week, she saw me playing it. The problem was I could not handle in Tifa's theme. The left hand plays triplets while the right hand plays sixteenths, and my brain could not comprehend it. Especially not that early on in learning music. I love to challenge myself, but that was that was my most humbling moment. I sat there and I was like, nope, that's the one thing that stopped me from just realizing I'm not the prodigy I thought I was. It was just like, oh, okay, nope, no, okay. There's that one's something I need to work on, and I never actually got to working on it because I ended up going into audio engineering, being a little bit more practical, and then I started a business doing audiobooks and comic books and all this other stuff where I ran a company that helped manage freelance projects come to fruition. So I never actually went back to make that happen and learn it. And then now I'm composing for so many projects that I never sat down to really practice as much as I should. But I'm getting back to it slowly, but age is also not helping me. Because as you get older and you have other things, it just gets a little bit rougher. But yeah, damn. Like I couldn't play thirds in my left hand with with that. Kind of went through something like that. I was in high school trying to study piano, ended up in a class with children 7 to 8 years old, and they mocked me for not being able to use both hands for a song. Man, I felt that. Yeah, I could do both hands. It took a bit of work for it. Absolutely. I totally get it. And it takes work. It absolutely takes a lot of work. And then when it suddenly got to the part where you're playing in like triplets in the left hand and then 16th notes on the right, I was like, I'm done. I'd practiced so hard. I can play the right hand. I could play the left hand. I could not put that together because I couldn't count it. It didn't work. My brain just didn't let it happen. I don't know if I could do it now. Yeah, it just hats off to everybody who can. Absolutely. So, but that was the moment that showed that my finger independence was not. I was not as the prodigy I thought I was. And at the time, I was learning. I was kind of going through a weird rebellious phase where I kind of was flunking out of my university here in. I'm in Jersey, East Coast. And I was flunking out of school because I was losing interest in computer science and economics for some weird reason. Slow down the time. Yeah, and then in addition, and whatever you use, they'll never know. Yeah, and then on top of that, you just compose everything and slow it down and do it at the pace that you can handle, and you speed it up, and you're good. And play one line at a time. And that's why I realized I'm better as off as a composer, and I can't really perform like everybody else does. I don't have the endurance either to do what these performers do. They're amazing. Whoops, ads. Oh, you came back already. It's an ad break in progress for 3 minutes. You're back already? Well, I'll take that. Yeah, but I don't have the endurance to perform like on stage that as long as they do. That's weird because it still says ad break in progress. I also miss that a lot because it's a tiny thing that pops up in the chat that warns you, or it's not entirely tiny, but it's not something I pay attention to. I always wanted to write a choir piece for voices. That's an interesting thing. Writing for 4 voices. That's also very humbling when you figure out that there's so much more with it. Even though I performed in choir for a long time. Yeah, performing is one thing. But composing it and creating it afterwards, you realize the complexity that goes into it. And you're thinking, how did they come up with those layers? And how come they chose this or that and for certain sections? And how did they not make it just like chords? You know, you could have been the whole choir piece could be. You know, it could be all chords throughout every part of the song. And you're sitting there like, how did they come up with like all the different movements and everything? And it took a while for me to figure that one out too. So, a very quick lesson in how that works. The start of every note or every measure is part of the chord. But in between those notes, you can go running between those notes. And a rule of thumb is the one note and the say in 4/4, just using 4/4 as an example because it's the easiest to give to follow, I would say. But every first and third note feels better when it's on chord, but you can always break it for flavor. Is how I would say it. So it's like, you know, like let's take the F major. I do for that third note 1, 2, 3. So it's A to F are both part of the chord. But say, for example, if I did that was an F7. If I did an F major, I go from I'm skipping F, E, C. E is not part of the F chord. And that's one of the trickiest parts because you're doing that as the 8th notes in between or the notes like 1. So if you're listening to that, the 1 and 3 sound a lot better when it's on the chord. Everything else you can kind of have the freedom to run through it. And different ways. They actually have names for all of them. I don't memorize them off the top of my head anymore. But they have names in theory for all of it. And I had to take a test on it. And I was like, wow, they actually have references and so that people can communicate how in words what those are. But like it's like, for example, like jumping from a lower note to back to a note into the chord. Like here's a C chord. to an E chord, E minor. So and like that's a drop down to and then up, or you can go. So you right before each chord, they actually have or in between notes, they also have a term for that. I'm so much for being a valedictorian. I don't remember any of those terms. Now that I'm just using it and I'm composing, I don't actually have to say it. Part of my English didn't study music in English, but in a way, intentionally dissonant, so you can solve it later in the melody. Yes. And you kind of have to resolve it. Like you want everything to fall into the chord. There is a YouTuber that I love watching that goes over this a lot. What is his name? Fantastic YouTuber. Let me see if I can look that up. I follow him. No. Charles Cornell. I love how he goes over stuff. I'm just gonna briefly go over it. So he goes over the chords. Very, very great. And I don't want to get flagged for this, so I'm not gonna play too much of it. But Charles Cornell, I highly recommend them for kind of, in a sense, it starts to make sense, everything that he says, and it kind of helps expand your mind to music if you want to still get into it. Yeah. And he goes over the music for different things altogether and how the chords are done. And he doesn't just do DuckTales. He'll go over movies. He'll go over different games. I love watching his stuff. He kind of covers a lot of different things in music. Yeah, go under his popular videos especially. He covers a lot of interesting topics as well. But yeah, there's a few. When I watch those, my imposter syndrome really hits hard. Like I am nowhere near what they do, and I just watch them and I'm just like in awe of how amazing how they can break down the song. And I look at my music and I was like, I wonder if he'll ever break down something I made, and then I feel really bad about it. Like if I ever become famous and then somebody will break down my music and I'd be like, will I be embarrassed about it or will they actually say something wonderful about it? And I don't know. Like why the heck did Glim do that? I don't know. Because sometimes it sounded good. Absolutely. Yeah, Ma said, but you are able to recognize what they're doing and understand what they say. So maybe you'll reach that level one day. I mean, yeah. I mean, if I stay on top of it, it's kind of like if you don't use it, you kind of lose it. And if I stop watching him every once in a while, I kind of forget the names of stuff. Especially because I'm always composing now, straight composing and not performing. And I'm not I'm not even thinking about what they're saying sometimes about how amazing some chords are. Sometimes I'm just trying to get the mood of what I'm composing for. Like when you're working on the film, you're not thinking, "Oh, what technique should I use for this shot?" You're thinking, what will create the mood that I'm trying to get?" And you're not thinking the name or the technical names or the styles. You're just trying to come up with a concept that how do I make my audience feel immersed in this scene? And that's pretty much what I'm going for at that point. Like I completely, I don't think about the terminology as much as I think about the feeling, if that makes sense. But the terminology helps because I totally get it. Like I can't explain half of the things I'm saying anymore without having to have known some of the terminology. That said, I need to move all of this over. Some other. This is more the climax. I can't even know what measures there are because it's gonna be 4, 8 plus the 4. So from experience, 13 to 28. Fair enough. I doubt the old masters thought about it like that. Just make music people would enjoy, whistle along, and as they mind their business. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. But the theory helps. It absolutely helps, and it's necessary, especially when talking to live performers, because trying to explain everything you're doing without being able to explain what you want it to sound like. I want it to sound like it's going up. Like, yeah. What does that mean? Do you mean up in tone, up in note, up in velocity? There's a lot of up, and so you have to be able to ex- to communicate that with the performers if it comes to that, you know. I'm gonna try to predict where everything's supposed to be now, which is gonna be a little bit more complex. Um, 13 to 28 is 16 measures, which is good. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. That's exactly what needs to happen. Phrasings are usually in 4s and 8s. A complete phrasing is a total of 16 measures. And anything more complex would be 32. EDM music usually goes in sequences of 32, which is interesting. I was a DJ for a little bit as well, just as a reference. And when you DJ a lot of music, sections of music are usually in either 16 beat measures, 16 measures, or 32 measures to keep it going. It makes it easier to DJ the song. So if a song only goes like 8 or 16, they would double it up and make it 32, so it's easier to repeat certain sections and put it on a loop. Um, and you can cut parts of that 32 up easily for loops. So I started seeing songs in measures because of being a DJ. And that has a lot of influence in the way I compose as well. Just to say. So with that said, I know that this should go 29. Predictably should go to 29. Now there's also the fact that in one of my compositions, I always filled in with an extra measure. The other song I played, this one. The reason I had to fill an extra measure is because during that shift, it goes 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like the transition between sections, the two over, when one section overlapped with the other and went back to the 4, 4, and like how to extend that one note and then the grace note that came before it. I needed that extra measure sometimes. So sometimes you have a running measure in between. I don't know if I'll have to have that here. This should be in 27. And now I have space for another section of 16. Since it's not a DJ track, obviously. And then I might need an extra run of 4 right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Before going back into the main section or the old original part. Now I'm just structuring the music. This just comes with experience, I would say, of how make your own. Like if your music was, oh shoot, I not think I separated that. That was not supposed to be split. I gotta do that again. So move this to 29. This should also go to 9. Failure. Why is that not? Move it to 31 and then go back. Oh, wait, 27? Now, the other problem with dragging everything that I'm doing right now is simply the fact that it's trying to count the number of beats. And when I drag stuff over, the 3/4s are all minus 1 beat from the 4/4s. And this was 4/4. So it actually shifted it over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 4/4 measures. So if you notice when I drag this over, I originally put these on measure 29, but because I dragged on the time signatures over, I lost 2 measures. Need to move that back over. That is very annoying. Now I need to write a new section right here and flow that in, and I might need another grace measure going in and out. I expect that this loop here, I don't know if I'll need the grace measure, but I'm going to bring this, duplicate it over there. And then I'm gonna get another 16. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are in 2s, so 1, 2, 3, 4. This section will start here. Measure 16. Unless I do a refrain section where basically it's a filler section. That's going to be 8. 8 to 16 as well. So 69 to 72 is 4. I'll let that be there. This isn't actually a good spot for it. So now my music placement, this is the final chorus and it runs to the end. I'm going to play that really quick. And then I'll give it a better ending later. That's an easy resolution based on the feel of the rest of the song. So right now I'm gonna leave it as is. But this song is going to run for 97 measures. Perfect. So I have my structure already in place. that there is just the experience of been having composed for the last 4 years now, 5 years, 4 years. I graduated November 2021. So 22, 20, 20. I would say 2025 would have marked 4 years. So 4 years in a month. I've been doing this for only it's 4 years in a month, but this is, I mean, yeah, I still feel like I haven't grown that much, but I've grown a lot since Mizuchi. Hearing my original tracks, it's just wow. It's interesting. I'm not even sure if I need this grace measure anymore because I have this grace measure here, which is why it's 4/4 for this first note on the piano. Either way, it sounds good, man. No need to doubt yourself. I appreciate that. You can hear like I put a lot of love into the song in a sense that like yes, but at the end of the day, it's a question of whether or not I'll appreciate the song if I put it in my own playlist. And I want, and being one of the major characters, this has to be a playlistable song, in my opinion. It needs to be one of those songs that if I put on my playlist and I say, did I love it or do I hate it and do I want to remove it from the rest of my library of music I listen to? Like, if can I put this next to Tifa's theme? Can I put this next to all of those and listen to it on my playlist? And have my kids listen to it while I'm like, I make a playlist of music to fall asleep to, and this would definitely be one of those songs that I feel would go to it. Lullaby music or just songs to relax to. And would this deserve to be on that same playlist or would I find something I don't like about it and leave it out? And I want anything that would add to that feeling of I want it out of my playlist. I want to that's kind of my measurement. Um is it good enough for me? At that point tends to be a weird thing. I think there's a perfectionist to it, but it's is it good enough for me to want it on my playlist? Is actually my I guess would it be a mantra? I wouldn't even. I'm not even sure. I mean, I'm not an authority on the matter, but I wouldn't be able to write what you wrote. Whatever that's worth. It's still something someone can appreciate. The rest is a matter of mood. No matter what you write, it will never suit every situation. Absolutely, I appreciate that too. Thank you for that. I should mention Ma said that. So now I have, and I gave it some diversity here. That's I spent what 40 minutes just changing these two chords. um, and I took like 10 minutes to or a minute just to throw that in. Only to not like the clarinet and oboe so much. I don't like the clarinet and oboe. Uh, I don't like it. Just it changes the mood Okay, so I like it as a song, but if I'm looking at the scene that I'm looking at, it's not the immersion I want my audience to. See, now that's another thing that clashes. Sometimes it sounds good as a song, but then I'm imagining I'm the player, and what do I want the players of the game to feel? And that's not what I want them to feel. What's happening here is not matching that feel. I want that feeling from Tifa. If you want to attempt to pronounce the entire name, try Mafomedu Dun U. Dunu? Mafomedunu. Make it more childish. Yeah, the Glockenspiel is for the other version. I still need the more Mafomedanu. Mafomedanu. You know, I find that really interesting. Like how simple my name is to hearing something like that, and I was just like, and does your name have a meaning? I'm just curious. Like what like the you know how like names have meanings? Like what does your do you know if your name has a meaning to it? Like in your own language? It's not my actual name. It's a play on words of a. Okay, so what? So you have a play on words. So what would be the meaning of your name or that name? For me, and I have my name on my website. So my name is just Greg and Lim, and I made my name shorter. But Glim is a glimmer, like a glimmer of light, or a small dim light in the darkness. And I just made my name shorter. I took a really short 7-letter name and made it shorter. Um, as silly as that sounds, it came from the fact that like the schools required you like your first initial and last name, and I was like, oh, it looked like Glim. Okay, I'll just call myself Glim from now on. But yeah, what's the meaning of your name? Glim the piggy. Fortuna, thanks for dropping in. How was your break? Or well, winter holidays, I would say. And Happy New Year. Sorry I've been gone for a while. I've been trying to get on, but you know, with my daughter, like I mentioned, being coming out of surgery, I just couldn't make it on. I didn't want to cause any more issues. My focus was getting her well and better, so I took the time away. It was cozy. I would say it was cozy, except for the initial part where my daughter was obviously in a bit of pain. But otherwise, it was very. It was nice to spend time with the family and unwind a bit. Pretty much, it's a cross between Foam, Hunger, and Mahomet. Religious news segment being played at the certain when religious. Oh wait, hold on. Pretty much, it's a cross between. Ma says. Pretty much, it's a cross between Foam, Hunger, and Muhammad. A religious news segment being played at that certain moment. Originated a long time ago when we surfed the web and we all got internet nicknames. I just had to make mine double O's 2000s rock cringe for the lols. Kind of stuck since then. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's kind of how I ended up with Glim because on a formal business email, usually it's like first initial, last name, and my name was already short, so it just made it shorter. Any New Year's resolutions, Fortuna? Oh, by the way, I should cancel this coming Friday. Do I have a game this Friday? I don't. Do not book this Friday. I should get back to work because I've been off for quite a while. I'm going to give one of my Fridays instead of being a feedback Friday thing. Unless I already am booked, then I'll do it. No, nobody's booked. But next week I'm willing to jump onto it. Probably taking a sub to the I say that all the time. I say that one all the time. I'm gonna get in shape. I'm gonna be able to fit my older clothes. I don't even know if my bone structure that probably expanded with my bigger body could ever fit those clothes. Now that I think about it, if you lose weight, does everything go back smaller? Now that I think about it, I feel like you also gain more muscles when you gain weight because you have to carry all that weight. So it also doesn't allow you to get smaller there either. I have a friend who like started off skinny, got fat during all the way to high school, somehow lost all of it in college, and he was just buff. All that muscle underneath all that fat is like, whoa. So, I guess I would say acquaintance. I wouldn't really say friends. I'm sorry if I say anything embarrassing. If you know who you are, if you happen to stumble on my stream, but it could be anybody, but geez, underneath all the layers, you wouldn't realize it, but all that weight you gain also requires the muscle to help carry it. So once you finally do let it go, you have quite a bit more underneath. At least that's what I'm expecting as well from me, who should be trying to get healthier. Rated bar, lift the piano, lose at least a couple of pounds a year. I'm in the same boat in regards to body weight. Oh man. And I think the whole world had to suffer through the pandemic, so we all learned to just stay in, and that we became complacent even further back in 2020. So it just didn't help. I know it's been 5 years already, but it just doesn't feel like it. Um, the slobbering happened. right, right. A musical, get your Grammy. Believe it or not, video games have Grammy award. Our category. Video game soundtracks are now a category in the Grammys, so that would be really awesome to have to win. The only downside to it is you need to be nominated, and to be nominated, you have to find some other composers who are part of this one group. I forgot what it's called. Um, uh, it's a society of composers and lyricists. They have this whole group that comes together and makes efforts to vote for members in the Grammys. Or get work on a triple A game, which is easier said than done. Actually, here's the funny thing. I think the triple A games today, a lot of the triple A games end up being such background music and such they don't actually, like, for example, have you ever heard of an Assassin's Creed soundtrack or those major titles like that from Ubisoft ever making it into the Grammys? I don't think those companies even make the effort to even push the composer to the Grammys. They just want music to kind of be part of their epic adventure. Um, yep, generic BS, but they can get the door open for you, or they can also lock a lot of doors. As weird as that sounds, it's a weird. I have a weird relationship with that. And looking at, like, for example, and I would say the only company that really still makes great original music that and they allow for it would be like Square Enix and a bunch of indie companies. Given that Final Fantasy 16 won the best soundtrack at that in 2023, 24. And now I can't even remember which year. And then there's Red Dead Redemption, which won best soundtrack, but I feel like Octopath Traveler got robbed there. Then again, Red Dead Redemption did have dynamic music that adjusted and played to scenario, whereas Octopath Traveler, it's a traditional RPG with just beautiful. It was just background music, but it was beautiful background music for per scene. Um, your mic is making a weird noise. Oh, let me fix that. That's easy enough. I just need to mute. That should have done it. Should have, but yeah, you could let me know. Um, yeah, I had to just reconnect the mic a bit and pull out the XLR and everything. No? Oh wow. Still there. Huh. Uh Now I don't have a solution. What was once an easy fix is not an easy fix. Let's see. Give me one moment. I'll mute again. Testing 1, 2. Did that work? I had to switch input devices and stuff. Not quite sure. Actually, I have one more thing I can try. Give me one moment. That I hope did it, but pretty much did everything I could, reset my interface and reset all that without ending the stream. Hmm. Is it just my mic or is it everything coming out of my audio? Let me it will be an after work for you. Yeah, it's probably a whole reboot. I'm not quite sure what's happening on my mic. What's it sound like? Let me pull up my reference. I tend to mute my reference because it confuses the heck out of me to hear myself. Alright, I'm unmuted. Don't hear me. Oh, damn, then now you. Feedback loop. I mean, you should probably hear the feedback loop now because I'm coming out of my own speakers. I mean, you should. Let me try on my phone. See if I can hear myself that way. Log into. Try on my phone. Ow! See if I can hear myself that way. Try on my phone. Ow! Sounds so silly. I don't like judging myself. Does it sound like a hiss? It could be my computer. It's been getting a little bit louder lately. Signs of age and needing to be dusted out. I don't want to dust it during the winter, just simply because it's cold out. And yeah. There's a laziness that comes with it. But for me it's quite noticeable. Huh. I'm wondering what you're hearing. Okay. Yeah, now I'm curious what you're hearing. And it might be on your end or is it on my end and huh. I need to get a decibel meter, like an official one, just to quiet down my room. I don't have one. It's not weird as an audio engineer. I actually don't have one in my talk. I don't know what to say, even though I had said so much stuff earlier. Egg cartons all over the walls. That doesn't work. As much as. um. Strangely enough, it would be better off. You're actually better off putting a lot of wall shelves and a lot of books and decorations on the back wall to give it a little bit more life, and have a couch underneath there, some couches and some chairs and stuff with cloth, and then on your front walls to have weird on my phone. I don't get the problem. Must be on my part. Sorry, not a problem. Not a problem. Maybe just have to reboot it. It's usually the case. I'm trying to reboot everything myself and to figure out what's going on there without rebooting the stream. Sometimes OBS acts up and there's no choice but to restart the stream. And yeah. Can't do anything about that one. So it is about 1:30, 1:45. I usually end about 1:30 so that my family can have lunch. So I do need to wrap up. I did hang out quite a bit today. Friday, I will continue this song. Tomorrow, actually, I'm going to try to see if I can come up with a little bit of this section so it's not too boring, just something to start with, and then everyone can hear what I did. I'll go over what I did with what I settled with. But sometimes the thought process of me composing something then deleting it gets kind of annoying. I also want to change the clarinet section and the oboe section here. It does, for me, take away from the mood I'm trying to create. No music sound. Oh, yeah, I closed Cubase. One of the most annoying things, and I'm just gonna show this on OBS. I'm using this plugin on Reaper, and see how over here, I don't know if you can see this, but it says Cubase Project Red. The title of the song is Red. For some reason, I'm on it, but it wants me to click on the new version of it so you can hear it again. So now you can hear it again. Before I leave, I'm gonna play it. All right, and then from there it's supposed to go into something, but without the clarinet and everything, this becomes repetitive because this is just an intro and then this is the body of it. So I do need something there. Otherwise, I would clip this all out and then go in straight into a verse of some type. So that is generally what's happening there. This would already be the first chorus. And then this is going to be the final chorus. And then the finale at the end here. That harp. That one note is so harsh. I had to fix that. All right. All right. So I do need to get going. I will be back on Friday for the Friday stream. I hope to catch you guys all there. And hopefully that would allow me to give you the finale of this track. It's gonna be beautiful. I hope I can get that added to the game. Um, Most of the tracks I've done for this soundtrack has only been half the song. Usually you hear just this and the first verse and nothing like the chorus, but I happened to do the chorus first in this one, so it just worked out. So I kind of don't have a choice but to do the full song. Do you really need to turn it into a more complex thing? If it's just as a background for the character, I just go for something static like D, B, half notes, D, A, G, and back up something, something. No, it doesn't need to be a more complex thing, and keeping it simple is going to be there. This verse here, this empty section, is going to be very simple. If you listen to one of my other tracks, I'll just play that really quick before I go, since it's only a few minutes. And I won't play the whole song, but I'm just gonna go to mine. Funny how it's already linked there. If You Should Fall happens to be in the same structure, where I got the chorus done first. So here's the chorus right here. So that's the chorus, but the verse is actually simple. Here's an intro. Oh, I'm so sorry. Um, yeah, see that happens with. That's an OBS thing where I have to point everything and play it. So I'll play it really quick. Sorry about that. So Ma said they couldn't hear it. So that's as simple as the verse is going to be. I honestly don't remember. I think it's in G major. I think it's in G major. But as you get through the song, it becomes more grand. And this is the refrain section, so like I said, it's going to be a simple section before it goes into the final chorus. And then into the final chorus, which you hear in my other song already.
But yeah, I can't copyright my strike myself, so that I'm safe with playing my own music in that one. But yeah, it's going to be very simple. I'm not looking for anything complex. I'm just playing around with it because it feels like it should be there. This is just, hold on, the harp and the people are kind of already do its own thing. So I just want something. The clarinet is basically the strings version of what it was. Noise. So what the strings were in that in my other song, the clarinet and oboe are gonna play that role, but then I'm gonna give it more of a, this is still the intro, and then give it a verse, like an actual simple subtle verse that doesn't have, it's just most of my music follows a pop song format where I go verse chorus, kind of, so that becomes very thematic and gets kind of easier to listen for the average person who's playing like a game in general. But there are other composers I admire, like what they did with Expedition 33, the Clair Obscur Expedition 33, where they just did this whole beautiful thing. It's a bit much, but it's very thematic. And I like going with something that can be easily repetitive and remembered and add that nostalgic factor to the player. And for some reason, the pop music format does a really good job of that. So I'm gonna go with it. It's pretty much what I do with a lot of my music, and that's why you can see this, how I structured it being 6, 8, 16, 16, 8, and then 16, 16, and concluded with another 8, or that's like 8, 16. Very pop format in terms of verse, chorus, refrain. It also keeps it very simple, nothing complex to overthink it. Um, the idea is to really focus on the emotion and not how complex of a song can I make. That's just silly. I know composers who are trying to make these grand pieces all the time, and they try really hard to compose music that is extremely complex to show, like it's kind of like showing off that they have the ability to do it. But I love composing for projects, especially like RPGs and visual novels and other games like that, because it sets a limitation where I'm just supposed to be. It says I'm making music for my audience, not for just, not really to show off to other people who probably won't even know what I'm doing, unless they're also composers or writers or musicians, and they're like, "Oh, that's amazing." I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to make a song that just fits well for the game and the audience of the game. But I don't want to do generic background stuff. I want to do memorable John Williams level, like, even if it's a simple track, I want it to stick in your head kind of thing, or stuff that like Final Fantasy and all those other games have done. Like something I would add to my playlist and just say that was beautiful. I enjoyed it. So yeah, I don't want to overcomplicate either. Um, and I feel like this, what I have here for the clarinet right now, is overcomplicated. I don't like it. It sounds like too many notes. I'm going to probably narrow it down, delete some stuff, and lower it down. The best is the worst enemy of the good. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Absolutely. Um, it's strange to say. Like sometimes, if you have too much skill, yeah, you like, say for example, the best singers that are out there, they have beautiful voices. They have well trained vocal cords and tones and everything, but then they have to show it off a lot. And sometimes they, like, when you hear it, it doesn't match, it doesn't fit the song anymore, because then Like it's like those singers who add so many notes to the national anthem of different countries. They just overdo it, and like somehow the end of the song ends up like it just keeps going and going, and then free. Like, come on now, like it didn't need to be there. You know, it could have been just a good song. And sometimes and they need music that goes with their vocals because that is their best feature. I would say, but at the same time, if you can't meet the audience for what they're looking for from you, it doesn't work. So what do you mean? You always go free. Wait, can I do that part over? The Octa junk or whatever, sell it to the public. Axiomi, thanks for dropping in. I hope you had a great break. I need to get going. I know you're just showing up now. Um, but yeah, thank you for dropping into the stream. I hope you had a wonderful New Year and holiday. Holiday break if you had a break. Um, but yeah, I really appreciate it. All right, Friday again. I will be here, and I will catch you all later. I don't know what my stream end song is. I think it is "Farewell and Thank You" still. I didn't change it since the last time, so. And if you could please stick around, I'm going to support the person who made my pig, and jump on their, raid their channel. So stick around. I'll raid them. You can say hello. They had, and she's an amazing artist, and I am doing music for her up and coming game actually. So we had a good time. Thank you. Happy New Year. Yes. All right. Have a great one, everyone.